Okay. Yeah, I'm a little late this morning. I guess just because I had to make dinner, and I would have actually even made that sooner if there was some cleaning stuff that I had to do this morning. So basically, I'm starting late, but that's okay. It's not that late. And making sure that my audio is okay, and it is. And let's just go ahead and mute this. Okay, take that, and let's go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh this, which is restream. Go to chat, and I'm gonna pull this back up over the top so we don't get the tunneling effect. And welcome, Snake Commenter, to the stream. And let me get this. I'll get this started here. Just a sec. Dev stuff. Redot. Redot projects. And let's open that up. And wait until it pops up first before I shrink that down. Wait, did that work? Okay, that worked. There we go. Wait a second. Where'd it go? Oh, okay. Here it is. Ah. Okay, so now yesterday I got these colors done, and then the night before that I got the inbound links done, and now I'm working on these lines. Each of these lines should go to each room. Each door should go to each room inbound, and so I'm gonna have to figure that out. Go to I'm gonna use Grok because I've been using Grok to help me out here. And let's see something here. Door visuals, containers, doors. I almost think I should put a some sort of container or some sort of deal underneath the doors, because I can't collapse each of these into the thing here. So I'll have to figure that out. And this happens on a reload. These are supposed to have lines too, and they only show up when I hit save room data. So there's some stuff going on here that needs to be addressed. Anyways, let's pull up the Grocco. Um, I forgot to upload my dang update. My last update. It was supposed to be uploaded last night to appear today. Now I won't even get to upload it till after the stream now, because I was late and I forgot and whatever. That's what you get for being ADHD, right? Okay. Now, I want a new window, right? Of course I do. Of course you do, Keith. You want a new window. That's exactly what you want. You're spot on there, buddy. Uh, Here, let's minimize that because that doesn't need to be maximized. Let's actually lower this down a little bit so I can select. Actually, this should be up here like this. This can kind of be down here, and that's okay, I think. So let's pull up the Grokster here, and I'll be uh I'll be probably canceling my X premium subscription because, for one thing, Dad's paying for it. For the other thing, it's been 2 months, and although I did get a good use out of Grok, um, it might have not have been enough to justify the price. the free thing should still be good enough, even with the limits. And if not, I can switch between other AIs, and plus I can always rely on myself. So yeah. Anyways, let's go to the history. Let's go to this. So I'm not gonna assume that I'm gonna get this done today, because everything takes too dang long. So I'm just gonna go ahead and chalk up this whole week to this visualization stuff. Maybe I'll get lucky today. Maybe I won't. It's okay, because I wasn't really expecting to actually work on the game till next week. But we'll see. We'll see what we got here. Okay, it's 12, 13. Mhm. I could say it's 12, 13, 14. Oh well, 12, 13, 14 passed. PM on May 7th. First, I want to upload my existing code, and then we can figure out what the problem is. Please give me a few moments. Okay, let's go to script first. Uh, select all, copy. Okay. Room.gd, room.gd. Okay. Room.gd. Colon, shift enter, control V, enter. And let's go ahead and select all. Probably don't need this, but I'm gonna do that anyways. For V, shift enter, and select all, copy, editor, GD. Okay, this is the current. Probably something wrong with the start and ends, although let me see if this has the error in it, the three errors. It does have the three errors on it, which is it's trying to access editor map or function change method not found. Room.gd invalid access to index 0 on a base object of type array. Okay. Maybe you guys can give me some ideas here. Thank you for sharing the updated code for Room GD, Door GD, and Editor Map GD from your Redot 4.3 projects. Dive into debugging issues we identified yesterday, focus on why the lines between door and inbound are drawing collected. Showed error in update door lines due to door visuals being empty, caused a timing issue with the doors array being empty during setup visuals. The error occurs in update door lines at 764. Shows an invalid because door visuals is empty, meaning update door visuals didn't populate it. This happens because doors is empty when update door visuals is called during setup visuals and add room to editor within load all rooms. Okay. Why is doors empty? Timing issue. Load all rooms. Room create from JSON calls load from JSON, which populates the doors array by creating the door nodes and adding them to the room. The output log shows that during room ready, the doors array is empty, even though door names are listed. Add a room to editor map calls setup visuals immediately after adding the room, which in turn calls update door visuals and update door lines. At this point, doors is empty, so update door visuals doesn't create any door visual nodes. Or the door visuals container leading to the error in the update door lines. When does it get populated? The doors array is populated when loading door from JSON. The door nodes are also added as children of the room, later processed in add a room to editor map under processing room. However, this happens after set visuals is called, which explains why the doors appears. We need to defer update door visuals and update door lines until after all rooms are fully loaded and their doors array are populated. This is similar to how we deferred inload all rooms. Okay. Debug doors population. Okay. See, what is my bit rate? And it's like sagging, but it's not sagging. It's kind of weird. My bit rate down here. I mean, it's please set the bit rate value less than 10,000 kbps. Out of recommended for YouTube. Interesting. I wonder if I keep meaning to do so and I don't do it. I think I have it set to like 9,000. I don't actually have it to set to 10,000, and somehow it's peaking past there. So, I could probably bring it back a little bit if I wanted to. And it's weird. I don't really get exactly why there's sometimes there's a little bit of a problem and sometimes there's not, and how come it's higher, so it has a problem if it's higher bit rate. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. As long as the stream is still streaming, as long as it's still working and appears to be working fine, and of course, uh, Rumble, Rumble seems to be working okay too. So everything seems to be working all right. Um, okay, so what am I doing here? Add. This is add. No, this is exit tree. Add room to editor map. Let's see here. Control find inbound. Assign inbound rooms. Inbound data. It saves it. There we go. Update door visuals. Update inbound. And where is this at? Where are we at? Save room data for room. Okay. Okay. Load all rooms. All right. Let me see something. Where was this? And load all rooms. Um. Oop. Remove the calls to update visuals and update door lines. No, I don't want to do defer. update door visuals to the sloop. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that first here. Okay. Let's clear this out and let's just do a reload. It might do the same thing, but I like doing one thing at a time. Reload. Okay, so those are still there. Those errors are still there. Okay. Hmm. Set visuals. Where is setup visuals? Room. Setup. The door lines. Oh. Let's clear that. Let's to see what happens when I reload save scene. Two errors. What is the two errors? It's the same thing. Okay. Okay, fine. Add safety check and update door lines. Okay. Update door lines. Okay, fine. Where is update door lines? It's down at the very bottom. Or add. Dang it! I hate when it does that. Door visuals. Okay, let's clear that. And let's just see what happens when I do that. Reload, reload save scene. Oh, the two errors though. Wonder why. Add the debug print. Doors is populated in the load data from JSON. It just is. Safety check. Alright, fine, I'll do the debug. It doesn't need, copy. Let's go ahead and do that. Load. Okay. Doors. Okay. And let's go ahead and do this and scene. Save scene. And let's go ahead and give it to it. Let's see what it says. Updated output log. Look, from doors is being public. We made progress in fixing the line drawing. Let's analyze the results and continue with the next steps. For new location, debug print shows correctly populating doors array. Doors array is populated with respect to doors. Despite doors being populated, the room.ready log shows that doors 0 for all rooms during the ready phase. This indicates the door is populated after ready runs. Add room to editor map called setup visuals immediately after adding the room, which happens before the door nodes are fully processed. To run too early. Okay. The log shows that lines are being drawn for new locations doors. No errors. In the previous error no longer appears in this log. That's not true. It's still there. Um, they still don't. This would be perfect. Control Z. Okay. I understand that after implementing subset B, it is called from little rooms loop, the invalid still it persists, but it only occurs twice to 3 times. So now that's what's happening. Um, Door visuals is empty, so access to door visuals goes out of bounds. Previously, this error occurred 3 times, not two, which suggests one of the calls to update door lines is no longer triggering the error, likely due to changes in setup visuals. By removing update door visuals and update door lines from setup visuals, add room to editor map no longer calls them during initial load, which means they're only called in post loop. The output block shows that new location now successfully populates door visuals in the view. Being called in other places where door visuals has been populated at. Looking at your code, called in load all rooms. Post load loop, which works for new location. Save data for room, which should work. On room button press should work. Like occurs early in the log before the scene is fully loaded, suggesting that another call to update door lines is happening for the post load loop load all rooms. Error occurs during the exit tree phase. This suggests that update door lines might be called indirectly during cleanup, possibly due to a lingering signal or editor interaction. Before the new scene load starts, which means it's tied to previous scene's cleanup or UI refresh in the editor. From the doors is populated correctly and the post-load loop works. Let's add safety check to update door lines to prevent the error and investigate the root cause of the early calls. Add safety check and update door lines. Door visuals is empty. I think I just did that, I think. Script. Uh, let's see here. Update door lines. Yeah, right. I already have that in there. I already did. Okay, whatever. I already added the safety check. It should have appeared on the output. Last pasted. Okay. Um. Consistency. Wait. Wait just a sec. I need to check something. You're giving too much code again, or I have to do anything else. Okay, so let me check this out. Let's see something here. This is happening on the room script. Invalid access of index 0. $767. Oh, it already has those. Wait a second. Update door lines, door visuals, inbound. Oh, inbound visuals. Inbound visual is null. Visual index. Is that okay? Huh. That's okay. Let me check something here. Okay. Did I put I did underscores. That's okay. Really? Visuals array. Inbound visuals array cleared. Okay. Huh. Door visuals container not found for room. Door 9. New location. Add a door visual. Somewhere we're doing the same thing that I was doing before, or something. I mean, in that case, what it was I was trying to call itself, but that's not the case here. 768. Right. Uh, are you sure this is happening in the exit tree? I'll wait. I'll just wait. I'll do some debug prints in exit tree just to make sure. Exit tree. Exit tree cleaning up. See, it's no. The errors are appearing before the first line in exit tree. Now remember when I was calling I forget what it was doors. Was it doors.getNode or something? Function on its own node where it was like doors dot get something doors versus room dot get doors or something like that. That was actually showing a error before it even processed it. That's what this looks like. It doesn't look like it's running anything. I don't know if it understands what I'm trying to mean, and I don't know how to explain it properly. There's a deal where I was calling a function on itself, and the editor knew automatically, since code runs in the editor, it knew that it can do that, knew something was wrong. As about the time of the errors, you noted that valid appear before the first line, which suggests that the errors might not be tied to the actual execution of exit tree, but rather something happening early, possibly during cleanup. Editor, where did it mismatch how nodes were accessed, which caused an error before the expected execution. Let's dive deeper. Error timing. You're correct. The errors appear before the first debug print, which suggests that update door lines is being called before exit tree executes its first line. Yeah, but it's not. That's the thing, is that it's not doing that. The editor is triggering a redraw or property update during the scene transition, causing. I believe you're referring to early re-encoding error because we were trying to access a property on a method on the wrong object, calling the method on doors instead of the room node. That issue was related to incorrect object references, also manifested and appear error earlier than expected in the execution flow. Similar to what we're seeing now, suggests that the error might be tied to the editor's internal state or dangling reference. Since the error occurs before exit trees, okay, fine, we'll do that. After debug print. All right, fine. Let's do that. Let's go to update. Let's go to room, update door lines. Okay, see this? POV. It's fine. We'll do that. And go ahead and do that. Ensures update door only runs the valid header context when the room is still within the scene tree, which might prevent error. Door isn't catching the error, suggests the door visuals might be an inconsistent. No. It's because it's not actually running. In fact, I'm gonna here. I'm gonna just go ahead and test it here, and Control S. Reload, save, scene. Good. Copy, there we go. Here's the output. What it is it's not being called. It's the script processor. I guess it must have a processor because it processes things before it actually runs them, I think. Or it may be just because it's an editor script and it's running in the editor. But it's not actually calling update door lines. That's not the problem. Provide valuable insights, but I noticed the error still occurs, and the debug prints were added to the trace calls, not appearing. It's not being executed. That's the problem. It's not being executed. That's okay. Yeah. Ensure the updated script is fully loaded in the editor to prevent update door lines from running during the scene transition. Reload the script. Okay, here's the problem. The other error was due to the preprocessor. I'm calling it that because it seems like it does process your code. Running a check on it. In other words, it wasn't being called that errored. Update door lines is not being called. It's just when it's going through the script, it's detecting an error. Does that make sense? Yes, your house makes sense. I'm glad we're getting the root. Let's clarify what's happening, confirm your understanding, then we'll address what you're referring to as a preprocessor. I'm not saying it has a preprocessor per se, but it does something where it actually goes through the code, but it's not actually calling the function. So if it's not calling the function, it's whatever processes it. When I was having the error before, it wasn't happening in a function. It was happening because it noticed that I was calling a function on itself, trying to access a node from itself instead of from the parent node. You're pointing out the update door line is actually being called when the error occurs. Instead of the error invalid is being reported by any debug prints from before any debug prints from the data or lines appear in the output log, even before the editor map exit tree starts executing. Determining that this is Redot editor's preprocessor more accurately the editor's script parsing validation system. Right, exactly. But I mean, it's still the same thing though. Detecting an error during script compilation or validation rather than during runtime execution. You're absolutely correct. The error isn't happening because update door lines is being executed. Instead, Redot editor is performing a static analysis or validation of the script when it loads or reloads the script during scene transitions, script reloads, or editor updates. During this process, Redot evaluates the script for potential runtime errors and flagging a potential issue with the line. That's not it though. That's not 774. Here, let me see what 774 is. 774 is uh this one. And that's the other thing. Actually, line 774 is this one. I incorrectly assumed there was still at, but the line number shipped to do the debug grids we added. Because validator detects that inbound visuals array might be empty or accessing inbound could lead to outbound error. Inbound rooms is an array of strings which may be empty. Inbound visuals is an array of color rect nodes populated in update inbound visuals. The validator flags it. Is initialized as. Since inbound bits could be empty, the validator assumes that accessing might fail, even though we have runtime checks. And visual index is only incremented for non-empty entries. The validator doesn't recognize that the visual index will always be a valid index for inbound visuals due to how it populates. To resolve this, we need to modify the code so Redot script validator no longer reflects the array. Explicit balance check that the validator can recognize, ensuring that add check to ensure sec. Here's the updated section. Update door lines. This should work. Balance check. Okay, we'll try it. Inbound. Inbound equals self.id. And I'm going to do something here. Go ahead and inbound equals self.id, index print break, inbound visual, the if, then break. Visual index equals 1. Okay. Reload, save, scene. Oh. 780 now. Where is 780? Well, it's so weird. What's weird is an interesting thing occurred. It's now reduced to a single error. However, it's still the same line that has the error, which is V. Okay. Self promo. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm sleepy. I don't know why. I'm still just perpetually sleepy, I guess. Thank you for the update. It's great to hear that number is reduced. Hmm. It flags any array access that might be out of bounds. Let me see something here. I mean, where's the actual problem, anyways? Invalid access of index 0 and type array. Well, where do we add the inbound visuals? Ugh. The only problem is I don't think I have an earlier version to go to. I mean, I do in the way that, I don't know, when the last time I actually, I mean, I can go through the, let's go through the history here. Started the door lines display. Completed the door visualizations. Started the, oh, but maybe I did, huh? Completed the door visualizations. Started the door lines display. Date door lines. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Um, should be at the new line. 777, okay. Inbound visual. Visual index. Ugh. Oh, Interesting. So, what if I save room data? Well, is that what we just did? Lines is not even drawing now. I wonder if we should start over. Rewritten, okay. I will update the function and reload. But if that doesn't work, then we're going to go back to an earlier version. I can select it now from GitHub. So do that. Update the function. Whoops. Copy. Now let's go to the script, and I don't care if the whole thing is rewritten here. It's just the one function. Paste. Control S. Okay. Everything's good. Clear this out. Scene. Reload, save scene. No errors. Any drawing? Is it drawing? Okay, they're drawing. Okay. Still drawing in the wrong place, but they're drawing. Looks like no validation errors, but the lines are still drawing in the wrong place. Give me a few moments to check a few things. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, so update door lines. The lines appear being drawn? No? No lines. What if I hit save and two additional lines get drawn, which are supposed to be there. Okay, so this is acting like it did when I started today before we made changes. But like I said, the wrong place. One thing I forgot to mention is that there are two connections in the other rooms that draw lines in the wrong place, but they only show up if I hit the save button, not the reload. Okay, so let's do that. Too bad. Let's do this. That way, when I take a screenshot, yeah. See, let's not do that. Let's just save data. That's not what I want to do. Copy, output, and what? Let's break down the current state. Current state. Lines drawing, but in the wrong place. Their positions are incorrect. This matches the behavior for the start of today. Let's adjust the line positioning. Okay. And all right. First, just the positioning for lines. Current calculation for start position, end position is start positions the center of the door visual in the source room. So adjust for the room's position. Door visuals containers position. Start position is already correct because the self position converts the local door visual position to global. Since line 2D is a child of self, the global position is correct when interpreted in self's coordinate space. M position, however, update okay, fine. Copy. Okay, we'll do fine, we'll do it. Where's M position being calculated? Paste. Control save. Reload save scene. Go to 2D. What's funny is, okay, and it's still way off. Like I have to give it a new screenshot. Is what I have to do. So let's give it a new screenshot. Let's go ahead and just do the window this time. Copy the clipboard. Uh, Start position is not already correct. Here's what it shows. Uh, there. Nice. I actually get more reactions on the self promo. Well, not more, but I get some. Read that discussion. Game from scratch. Back over here. Okay. I understand you're pointing out that the start position calculation is not correct. You know that the output log shows regarding the line positioning. Here's what it shows to include um no, that's on you. I haven't made any changes just yet. However, accept your new end pause calculation. But here's a screen, and here's the output. And here is the Control V. Now let's see if it figures it out. And it's getting close to the break time now. Like I said, I might even get to this. I might even get this part done today. What the problem is okay. So the child nodes in an HBox container get positioned automatically by the parent, which means that all their positions are 0, 0, even though they're positioned correctly. They're 0, 0 in their own local coordinate space, not in the HBox. But the HBox, I'm not specifying positions. It's specifying the positions automatically. So you're not getting the positions, the correct positions. Thanks for sharing the output log. I understand that you've updated new applied changes. Okay. That's not true. You could too. Uh Here, fine. That's baloney. I've done it before and you've actually Let's do this again then. Copy the clipboard. Control V. Let's see what it says there. Because I've done it before, so why is it suddenly not able to look at the screenshot now? Why? Because the way stupid Grok is built, it's built to have each of these things as 3 different things. No. Something's not right. I don't get why it's getting all funked out. I'm not following your stupid thing here. I want you to look at the dang screenshot first. Dang it. You've been looking at screenshots I've pasted from the clipboard for weeks and for months now. So you're telling me you can't see this screenshot? Maybe I have to make a new screenshot, or maybe it can't be too big. Maybe it's too big. You're right. We've been working together, and um, that's really strange because I've given them to you, and you even remarked at what you could read from the screenshot. So I don't know why you can't do so now. I'm not even saying based on how a human would do it exactly. I imagine you would have something to process the image data. However, since you can't seem to do it now, maybe I should okay. So okay. It might just keep saying that it can't do it. So, um, code snippets or your descriptions. No, 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 no. Let me go try something. I'll be... Okay, let's just... I'm just gonna leave this here. What does this like to you? I want to see if it just tells me that it can't determine it. Huh. Okay. So maybe... inspector, game view. Okay. So I've been in a conversation with you. Well, you know what I mean. Rock. And I uploaded this screenshot while discussing my game. And it was telling me that it couldn't it couldn't see what was in the image. I realize you probably don't process it in the same way as a human would. I'm gonna make that screenshot because I think when I say image, it's gonna say, would you, you want to, but I figured there was some way to visually process it. So now it's continually telling me in the conversation that it can't tell what's in it. Would you have any idea of why this would be the case? I can see and process the screenshot as evidenced by my earlier description of it being a Unity game development environment. However, I understand your frustration with the other conversation where Grok couldn't interpret the screenshot. There could be a few reasons why this has something like me rely on specific capabilities to process visual data, such as optical character recognition for text and image analysis. If the screenshot's content, is too small, the AI might struggle. The limitation is vision processing. Oh, you know what? I just thought of something. It's fine. You don't process it like I do. The one thing might be the fact that I might have hit a limitation, like the limit, like the supposed when in token limitation might be something similar with images. I find that after a certain length that the discussion gets corrupted, so to speak, because of hitting a limitation. So I didn't think that the images would hit a limitation. It's possible this is an imposed one imposed based on what XAI allows us to do, or it might literally be something like memory or whatever. In fact, whenever I've hit a limitation of a conversation, you always tend to stop responding altogether. This year could be indeed related to limitations of the system, either due to imposed constraints by XAI or technical boundaries like memory or processing capacity. You mentioned the 1 million, which aligns with how ASIS managed tokens represent the text and sometimes other data in conversation. If a chat exceeds the token limit, it can lead to issues like corruption or degraded performance. While I don't have specific knowledge of XAI's exact token limits, hitting such a cap would cause the system to struggle with maintaining context, leading to problems like failing to process the images or stopping response altogether. Images are often converted in form that AI can process, which might count toward the token limit or might have its own separate cap. For example, analyzing a complex screenshot like yours with dense UI elements, text, and multiple windows requires significant computational resources. If the conversation already narrated in token or memory limit, adding an image might push the system past capacity, causing to fail in processing the image. This explains why the other Grok instance could interpret the screenshot you kept saying so. It's possible XA has specific quotas for image processing, especially for free tier users. Noted in the guidelines, Grok 3 has limited usage on free plans. Memory and system constraints. It's not that I'm ignoring it. It's more like the system can't allocate enough resources to contain images, especially detailed ones. Right. I'm not on the free plan. I'm on X Premium for a few more days. Probably going to cancel just because it's too expensive for me and for... Okay, sorry about, I guess, going off in this conversation, you're not even seeing me, doing any development and stuff. I was trying to wonder what's going on. I gotta take my break now, so... So I'm gonna take a break, and I'm gonna say thanks for stopping by. If I don't catch you in the other side of the break, and I'll see you in about 30 minutes. Break. Okay, and let's go ahead and mute the mic. TV is a bit loud, but thankfully the filter, the noise suppressor thing, is working pretty good, so it doesn't seem to be affecting it that much, if at all. Okay, so where was I? I know I took a long time on this. Here, let's go. Let's go ahead and type in back. Thanks, Rick. Let me pull this back up so I don't get the endless tunnel, the endless video tunnel. Okay, so basically, all right. I was trying to get Grok to help me, and apparently I've reached a limit, some sort of limit. Maybe not a limit on the text, maybe just a limit on the images or whatever. I guess I could start with this one, or start completely fresh. I don't know how many tokens this all took up. I guess it doesn't matter. What's this conversation called? Current. Okay. Game development environment overview. Okay. So you're pretty close as to what it is. It's the Redot engine, which is a fork of Redot 4.3. I'm creating a choose your own adventure, which is part of a larger which is actually just the first phase in a number that will change and add to the game. The actual game part is working fine, very basic. It consists of rooms and doors, and your room manager. You make choices by using the number keys or numpad with num lock on for the numbers. You can modify the Redot video editor with specially marked tool scripts which runs code. The editor. You can which I did with a plugin. It adds rooms, removes rooms, again add and remove doors through a special array from the inspector. What else? I made a special editor map scene which displays the rooms as 2D panels with name and description label. I also visualize the doors via these color rects in HBox containers, and also the incoming or parent rooms via color rects at the top. I was working on trying to draw lines from the door visuals to the incoming link visuals. In the image, you'll notice these different colors for those lines, but they're kind of in the wrong place. They start at a certain point, and then they draw to the incoming color reds. But are not ending on the exact color rect for which they're intended. Please acknowledge what I just wrote. Gonna plug in. Well, they actually start at the wrong place as well. They're drawing from the HBox container. They're drawing from the HBox container in the center instead of from each color rect. So both start and end position are incorrect. How about I paste the source code of all the relevant pieces? The room manager has nothing to do with this, so I don't need to paste it. Give me a moment. Pull it up. The lines are currently drawing from HBox container in the center, and they're also not ending. Also, the actual starting point of the container is not the correct starting point. It's more of a matter of relative position to the center. So they're at least starting on the Y one panel height from the bottom of the panel they're supposed to be coming from. In the screen shot They're coming from the new location room. The one with all the colored squares at the bottom. They're from the new location room. One with all the colored squares at the bottom. I don't know if I said that correctly. They're supposed to draw from their respective door visual to the respective incoming, which means in each little colored square, the bottom of the location to the top of each of the rooms named door 1 through 9. It's supposed to start from the end. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go with the scripts. Okay. So the plugin, copy, custom save.gd, the plugin. Copy. Door.gd, shifter, control V, here. Select all, copy. Room.gd, shifter, control V, here. Edit map. Select all, copy. Map.gd. Please don't volunteer to code to start. Please let me know what you think the problem is first, and wait for and ask for advice or code. Thank you. Okay, let's see what we got. Start. Lines are starting from the center. Self position is the position of the room node in location. HBox position is the position of the door visuals container, HBox container, and visual position is the position of the color rect relative to offset edited center line. Problem. While visual position gives relative position, the calculation doesn't account for the fact that HBox container is positioning its children dynamically based on its alignment and separation settings. The visual position might be reflecting the actual global position correctly due to how HBox container layouts its children after being added. Additionally, the soft position plus HBox position part centers the start point relative to the room and the HBox container, but the color X position might need a more precise global calculation. Why it's starting in the center. HBox containers alignment center, and separation settings mean the visual position values are offsets from the HBox container's origin center below the panel. This results in all the lines appearing to start from a central point rather than from each individual color rect. Lines are not any of the correct inbound visual color rect nodes in the destination. Destination room position is the position of the destination room, e.g. room node, e.g. door 1. The inbox position is the position of the inbound visuals container, the HBox container, and the inbound visual position is the position of the color rect, the inbound visual relative to the inbound visuals container. The vector 2.2 offset centers the line. Find the correct inbound visual. Is complex. The code counts non-empty entries in inbound rooms to index into inbound visuals. However, this approach assumes the order of the inbound visuals matches the order of the non-empty inbound rooms entries, which might not always be the case due to how update inbound visuals populates inbound visuals. If the order or indexing is off, the inbound visual selected might not correspond to the correct color rect. Similar to the start position, inbound visual positions relative to the inbound visuals container calculation might not yield correct global position because HBox container dynamically adjusts its children. Subtracting self position further complicates general positioning. Both door visuals container and inbound visuals container are HBox container nodes, which automatically lay out their children based on alignment and separation settings. 9.2D's nodes points property expects positions in local coordinate space relative to its parent. Parent calculation is global and local coordinates in a way that leads to misalignment. You mentioned the line should start about one panel height above the bottom of new location panel is positioned. Attempts to line the center. Doesn't cover full panel height. Global position, color rect, M position. Okay, well, I think the first problem is the actual destination room position. Could we calculate the bottom of the panel first and use that as the first start position? Ignoring any adjustments for individual color rects that we'll look at later. Starting position of the lines, calculating the bottom center of the new location panel as the initial start position, ignoring the individual color rect adjustments for now. Correct baseline for lines before we fine tune them to start from each specific door visual. Panel node for new location is the visual base of the room. We want the lines to start from its bottom center. Let's break down how to compute the position and update door lines function in room.gd. Panel is a child of room node. Self and update door lines. The panel position is set to the center of its horizontal midpoint. Align its vertical position based on the separator. Panel position. Right, panel. Here, separator Y is the vertical position of the separator within the visual box container. Panel size, vector 2, total width, total height. So panel size Y gives the total height of the panel. The door visuals container is positioned below the panel. We want the starting position of the lines to be the bottom center of the panel, which we can calculate as X coordinate. Okay, that's fine. Y coordinate, the bottom of the panel, which is panel position Y plus panel size Y. Okay, relative to the room node. As a child of room node, its points are in the room's local coordinate space. We need the panel's bottom center in the space. Get node panel, panel's bottom center in room's space. Panel's top left corner is panel position. The center X is panel position X plus panel size dot X divided by 2. Bottom Y is panel position Y plus panel size dot Y. Since it's already at negative panel size X, the center X of the room space is 0. Because panel position, okay. So the bottom center of the panel in the room's local space is get node panel start position equals vector 2, 0. Okay. Uses start position and update door lines. Let's modify the update door lines to use new starting position for all lines, temporarily ignoring individual color options. We'll keep the in position calculation as is for now. We can fix that later. Okay. Now start at the bottom center of the panel. In position, the in position remains unchanged. You mentioned the line should start about one panel height above the bottom. If you meant one panel height below the bottom to match. I was explaining how it was placed, meaning it looked to me like the current start position is actually one panel height below where it's supposed to be. So you can ignore my comment about that. So essentially, I want to start at the same position that the door visuals containers position, but you don't need to use that for the calculation, just the panel itself. It just happens to be the same location as the door visuals container. You want the lines to start at the bottom center of the new location panel, which happens to be the same position where it is placed. Your comment about the current start position being one panel height below is describing visual misalignment you observed. We'll now start the position correctly using the panel's bottom. Okay. Position the start lines. Mhm. All right, that's fine. Thus, to line the start position. Okay. So first, let me go in, and before it does anything, we go in here, update door lines. Uh, okay, we're there. Start position, start. Control V. Okay, and then we're modifying it slightly. Copy. Paste. Control S. Okay. Okay, I'm going to put that here just a second. A note. What did I say? A, a quick note for future reference. When the change is small, 3 to 5 lines or less, or thereabouts, okay, is relatively small. You don't need to post the whole code block or function. Just tell me where to put said line or lines. Try to keep answers as succinct as possible. Thank you. Okay. Copy. All right. And copy, copy, copy. Paste. Control S first. And then secondly, tab, tab. Tab, tab. Okay, good. Good, good. All right. Let's save it. Why would it say unexpected if in class body? Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, it doesn't. It's, okay. Reload save scene. Should an error, right? No error. Okay. That is at least, partially correct. What's funny though is it's actually starting above. Okay. Oh, that's right. You wanted to start at the line, so okay. Start position. Let's take the -10 part off. Reload, save scene. Okay. I removed the offset because the color rects are color rects is in one word. No, it's not really a word. Because the color rects are, I'm getting all kinds of cool reactions from my, and I got one cool self promo. Awesome. Thanks, guys, from the Redot Discord. Where is, oh, announcements. GameDev.tv. Yeah. Project Showcase. I post my stuff from Project Showcase on the GD GameDev.tv Discord. I don't really like the Discord that much. I mean, I don't know. I don't really, there's not really a lot of support or whatever that I get from there. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. I removed the offset because the color recs are centered on the bottom line, which is where the lines are supposed to start anyways. And it looks okay. Here's the screenshot. And let's go ahead and cancel. We'll go ahead back into this. We'll go ahead and do a screen. Actually, let's go to 100. There we go. Okay. Let's do a screen. Let's do a selection. Take a screenshot. Okay. Copy clipboard. And okay. Please acknowledge or continuing. Continue. Okay, so now we need to calculate center exposition of each color rect. Now, since it's all relative and since the H box dictates how they're positioned, can we get their correct positions? I actually should be able to. When you, here's the output, by the way, and you can see some debug comments. How many are in? Okay, let's just do that, and let's do scene reload save scene. Go back to 100. We'll select all. Control V. Yeah, that it's because it's relative. Yep. Our children, which position dynamically, we need their global positions, and then convert them to the line 2D's local coordinate space. Problem with the current positions. This is because visual position gives the position relative to the HBox container, but the HBox container isn't fully laid out its children at the time of printing, or the position isn't reflecting the layout offset. We need the actual position after the HBox container is positioned its children. Use get global position. Since color rect is a control node, we can use get global position to get its position in the global coordinates relative to the viewport. Then we can convert this to the line 2D's local space by transforming it relative to the room node's global position. Update door lines. Modify the start position calculation inside the loop to adjust the X position for each color rect. Replace the current start position line inside the loop with okay. Set global position gets the room's nodes global position. Subtracting these position gets the relative to the room. Centers the line on the color rect since it's 20 by 20. The white position remains correct from the panel bottom. We should make each line start from the center of its respective color. Test this change and let me know how it works. Okay, we'll go ahead and copy this. Script. Okay. It's okay. Tab. Control S. Okay, this is kind of interesting here. Let's go to 2D, let's go to the scene, reload, save scene. That didn't quite work. Wait a second. I know why. Or I should say, oh, where is murmur script? Oh, Z. Okay. Let's go ahead back to reload save scene. Okay, now we're back at the correct deal there. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this. Yeah, I know that. I know. Interesting. Hmm. Let me do something here real quick. And what it means is I have to make that 10, 10, 10, because that's the center deal. And now if I go over here and I go reload save scene, it's going to place it over there. Firstly, let me check and see if it's in the loop. Is it in a loop? We are in the loop, so okay. Okay, so firstly, what it did was it uh placed it to the left side of the panel and 10 pixels up, which I corrected with changing the 0 y coordinate to 10 so that it's centered again. But now it's on the far left panel, like in the screenshot. Now, let's go back to here. Let's go back to screenshot, cancel, take screenshot, copy clipboard. Control V. Yeah, I guess let's copy the line here. Current code for reference. We're getting close though. We're getting close. Getting close. Issues that get globalization get globalization for the color rect nodes isn't given the expected positions because HBox container layout may not be fully updated when the positions are queried or there is a coordinate space mismatch. The lines starting at the left side of the panel suggest the X positions are offset incorrectly due to the Xbox container's internal positioning not being. Instead of relying on get global position, we can calculate the color X position by leveraging the HBox container layout properties. However, a more reliable approach in Godot is to use position after ensuring the layout is updated, or use get rect position control nodes. I'm gonna finalize your children, and that's not it. And now it's just guessing here. Visual position gives the color X position relative to H box. Visual position X. Start position X. plus equals visual position dot x. Visual position dot x plus 10. Don't think it's right, but we'll try it first. Hbox Q redraw. The Q redraw. I think it already does a Q redraw, so it should be proper. Okay. Right. It's not basing it on the locations. I could tell why. It's getting the global position. It's getting the position of the container. It's not getting the position of the actual color rex. And it might not be able to get the position of the color rex just because where we got here. Okay, so we're not gonna do this. Yeah, we'll do this. It might not get the position because the positions are 0, 0 within the thing. Then it does its own thing here. But you know, I'll give it a try. I'm willing to try it first. And save scene. No errors, that's good. And in fact, now it looks like it's a little bit off. No, that doesn't work either. Why? Because visual position.x is going to be 0. Okay, before you suggest anything else, I'll tell you why it's still not working. In fact, it places it in an odd position. 2D. 0, right? 0. Okay, good. It's it seems to be okay. For one thing, visual position is 0, 0. That's because, as you said, relative to the container. But also, in order for the X position to change, it needs to start outside the loop. So I need to set the base to I need to set the base outside the loop, then add on it looks like I might have to calculate to check and see how the door visual positions are calculated and do them the same way for the start position. So I guess give me a few minutes to review it and see if I should do that. You're correct. Visual position means it indicates relative isn't reflecting layout offset. Uh, you also write to use base start position to be outside the loop and then adjust it for color rect inside the loop. Let's review how the door visuals container position color rect nodes. Replicate that logic for the line start position. Size and alignment. Okay, separation calculation, margin, 40 total width, panel width, node width, gaps. Panel width divided by 2. Panel Y plus separator Y. Each color rect is 2020 and each box container automatically positions them. Oh, yeah. Colors X position based on calculating start position for the lines. Let's compute the start position, replicating each box contains layout logic. This remains the bottom center of the panel. Set base outside. Okay, I get it. That's fine. Delete. And we'll do this here. That. And we'll do that. That's okay. No errors now. And actually, what I would do is I would just do a quick look just to see what it looks like when I do that. Reload save scene. Interesting though, the way it's spaced them out. That's actually kind of correct, sort of. Let's just go ahead and go to 2D and then reload save scene to see if okay, it's back at the center like it's supposed to be. That's fine. Okay, I got it. Calculate color rect X position. Replicate the X box. Determine each color rect's X position relative to the room node. Add this inside the loop, replacing the current start position adjustment. Okay. Copy. Control S, and then we'll go down to the line points, adjusted, start position. Right, okay. Calculating X positions, okay. Duty. Scene, reload, save scene. Oh. And okay, so what's interesting is it doesn't look like it's from the center, but honestly, it actually kind of is from the center. It's just from the center, like you don't see it, but because of where it's going, because of where the line's going, that's awesome, actually. Very awesome. Okay, let's do something here. Let's click save room data. And let's just do one thing here without doing much of anything. Honestly. Oh, we will need to do the some little bit of drag detection, and we want the line to that's pretty interesting. That actually seems to work properly. Oddly enough, that works properly. This still doesn't work properly, which is kind of weird. I guess it's well, I don't know. I don't know why that works properly, but this doesn't work properly. Huh, interesting. Very interesting. And I bet you it's going to change when I correct this. Okay, let's do a screenshot. Cancel. Screenshot. Copy the clipboard. Cancel. Da da da. Oops. Good. We still need. I bet the other ones are working because they're just singles versus multiples. And I bet you the error or the offset is just imperceptible, and that's why it seems to draw correctly. That's looking good. Now we need to fix the end points. Stop. Um, here's the newest screenshot. Looks good. Now what about the endpoints? I don't know what determines whether it's supposed to be an image or not. Confirms. See, this is the thing that gets me too about the AI too. I know the image generation thing is a separate program, you might say, or agent, or I don't know what you call it. It's a separate thing, right? Versus the chat bot. But they need to find a way of integrating them to such an extent to where where the chatbot decides uh, when to generate an image or not. So if I say, please generate an image, it would generate an image. It wouldn't base it just solely on my input. It would be based on what the AI or the chatbot or the LLM, whatever you want to call it, decides, and that way it wouldn't generate images when I didn't want to. Okay. Confirms the line position now correctly. The endpoints. Incorrect inbound visual selection. The logic to matching the inbound visuals using an empty count assumes the order matches the order of the inbound room, so this can lead to mismatches. Similar to the start position, inbound visual position doesn't reflect HBot's container's layout, and the coordinate space transformation causes the lines to end at incorrect locations. The current loop to find the inbound visual is unreliable. Instead, since each inbound visual corresponds to the inbound room's entry, we can match them directly by index after ensuring the visuals are created in the same order. In update inbound visuals, the inbound visuals array is populated by iterating over inbound rooms. The order should already match, but let's simplify the selection in update door lines. Replace the inbound visual selection loop with bar inbound, okay, copy. Gets the index of the current room's ID in the destination room's inbound rooms. Okay. Inbound visual equals null. Script. Oh, interesting. Um, huh, okay. I didn't know there was a find. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. Let me see some. Okay. Calculate the end position. Inbound visual container positions to correct nodes similarly to door visuals container will replicate the layout logic to calculate the X position of each inbound visual and set the Y position to the top center of the destination room panel. And update door lines, replace uh, and update door lines, replace end position calculation with copy. B. Okay, that makes Well, let's check this out here. Panel width, panel size dot x. Panel width, destination panel size dot x. Margin equals 40. Margin equals 40. Total width is panel width minus 2 times margin. So a lot of those bar declarations are most of those variables starting with panel width down to, was it already down to Visual X? Down to Visual X are already declared. Should I just use the same variables by removing the var keyword count of those lines? You can reuse them. Okay. Okay. Awesome. That did not do. Let's do something here. Copy. Paste. Okay. Reload save seed. Hmm. That isn't right. Hmm. Okay. Screenshot. That's not right. The end points are going in the wrong direction and meeting at a single point. Okay. Issue is likely layout calculation for inbound visual nodes and an error in the node width gaps calculation. Node width and gaps. Okay. I guess the end position corresponds 2D points are local space. Currently end position is calculated relative to the destination from the panel. We need to transform it to the current. Modify the end position calculation to amount. Why this should fix it. Yeah, should fix it, but it probably won't. But that's okay. We're gonna try it anyways. And let's see what happens. Save scene. And base array. Access from account not. doesn't function. Those array classes on a count method. Instead, we can manually count on entries. Okay. I'm just at this point, I just, I'm like, I don't care, sort of. I mean, I care, but it's like at this point, I'm just like, I'll try anything. I don't mind. And then I still have to. Okay. Okay. Finally works. I do have to adjust to, well, ah, so stupid. Let me go look at the deal again. It's going from center to center, so it kind of looked like it's right. I think, I think I want to make them. You know what? The start position should be maybe on the bottom of this of the visuals, so +10, and then the should be like -10. I think. I think. I'm gonna try it. Okay. Adjust to start X. Visual X dot start X. See, no, see, no, no. Why? Okay, start position. Ooh, okay. This start position, this is actually the door start position, and it's starting right at the panel, which is the center, which we want to, right now we want to do +10, I think, right here. So I'm gonna try that, and save scene. Okay, that's actually what I want. Okay, now let's go back to the script. Let's go to the end. The end Y. end position. Visual X, destination room, dot position, minus self dot position, plus equals. Okay, that's a plus equals. Okay, and this one, I think we want a minus 10, I think is how we do it, so that it goes to the top. So save scene. There. Actually though, let's do something here. Instead of minus 10, let's do minus 20. Because I want it to be on the I want it to be reload save scene. Okay, on the top. Now, what about the okay, so what about the X start position? It is plus 20. As long as it doesn't go below it, it should be correct. Reload. Nope, it does go below it. Okay. Control Z. Save scene. Control S. Reload save scene. Okay. That's good. Now, the only question is, does do it up here? Save room data. And apparently it kind of does. Okay, that's good. Okay, finally. Finally, it's good. I had to tweak a little. I wanted. How did I do that? Okay, let's go to script. The start position to be lower, so I plus 10 on the start position Y. And I wanted the inbound to be on the top of the color Rex. So I actually minus 20. And it seems to look the way I want. And we'll go to 2D and we'll go ahead and go to screenshot. Take screenshot. Copy clipboard. Copy. Okay, there's one other small issue I need to deal with. I will tell you about it in a moment. Got it. Okay, so I have two links. Here. Let's do a cancel. Let's do a. Okay, let's check this for a second. I'm actually almost done here. But here. Actually, I'll have to full screen this here. And since nobody's chatting, it doesn't really matter that much. This presumes that save scene. Okay. So this is the first screenshot. Window. Screenshot. Copy clipboard. Cancel. Okay, so and save it. Okay. And do another screenshot. Copy clipboard. Cancel. Copy. First screen is just after a saved just after a saved after a reload save scene, and the second is after I hit the save button in the 2D workspace. The one that's based on that's from the plugin. Can you identify why it doesn't happen after a reload, but does after it doesn't link those two uppers on a reload, but it does on a save? Key observations. After reload, first the lines from new location present, but the lines between missing. After save, second screenshot, all lines, including those between little rooms on reload, update door lines, skips drawing the line to enchanted lands, one with the message. No matching inbound visual. Similarly for enchantment. Okay. Oh. After saving via unsave button, runs again and draws all lines. Order and time of operations. On reload. Load all rooms, delete each room from JSON files, and adds them to the scene via. It then calls update door visuals, update for each room in sequence. Update door lines runs for enchanted lands. It looks for an inbound visual in enchanted lands. However, it hasn't had its called yet because it's loaded later in the loop. As a result, saving process first calls populate the rooms dictionary. It then calls create doors from specs for all rooms, followed by assign inbound rooms. Finally, save data for room, which triggers assign inbound rooms, ensures all inbound rooms arrays are populated before any visuals are updated. When update door lands runs for enchanted lands, ensure that all rooms have their inbound rooms and inbound visuals set up before calling update. We can modify load all rooms to match the order of operations on unsave button press. And editor map.gd, update load all rooms to separate the loading and visual update in phases. load all rooms into dictionary. Step 2, assign rooms. Step 3, update visuals for all rooms. Okay, copy. Yeah, it separates. I mean, I did that before, and I kind of get that. I get it. So let's go to load all rooms, and get children. Just want to make sure everything's there because I did add in a few of my layout deals. So you know what? Why don't I can leave the bottom one in there anyways. Paste, Control S. Okay. And I can even try to put this up here if I want to. Okay. You know, like I said, I might use the curly brackets. If the curly brackets work and my only problem is that they indent. I might could just probably not worry about the indent as long as it assigns code block. I'll have to look and see what if the actual curly brackets characters are just code block identifiers. You know, because if I do this, I do that, is it going to error? Let's see. Download expression line may not have no effect. Okay. I mean, it won't have an effect, but I'm just saying. Okay, 2D. Let's go back to the 2D. All right. Reload save scene. And save room data. Wait a second. What's going? Oh. Something. What's going on? Oh, it's it's taking that long. I see. Uh, that's interesting. It's choking up. Reload save scene. Wow. Okay. Reload save scene. Did not work. Room data. Huh. Reload save scene. Okay. Uh, this did work for some reason. I'm getting close, but not close enough. She persists because the doors for each room are not being recreated during the loading process, which means the doors array Clears and repopulates doors array. Room ready. The doors array is logged as empty. The room's children include the door nodes. Doors array isn't being populated from the child nodes after the initial load. Should the doors array, we need to ensure that the doors array is correctly populated after loading the rooms. Since add room already processes the door nodes, children can repopulate doors by scanning the room's children after loading. Copy. Okay, add room to editor map. I'll try it. And we'll try it. Paste. Control S. Right? Okay. Let's try it again. Fill this out. Reload save scene. Still doesn't do it. I don't know. Okay. Current state. Now correctly populated by scanning the room's children as confirmed by the modification. Over in the here. Just a moment. Let me paste the current output because I haven't. Just a moment. Copy. Paste. I don't know why it was going so slow. Maybe it's because the output was getting too bogged down, and so that was being slowed down. I'll be deleting a lot of the debug prints uh, once this is all done and working like I want it to. Why this should work. Why it never works, even though it should work. Showing the output remains that the lines are missing after reload, despite the doors array being correctly rebuilt. The debug logs confirm the root cause. Update door lines for Enchanted Lands is still running before their destination rooms have their inbound visual nodes created. Key observations. Doors array rebuilt correctly. For new location, rebuilt 9 doors. For Enchanted Lands, rebuilt 1 doors. For Enchanted Lands 1, rebuilt 1 doors. This confirms that the add room to editor map is successful rebuilding the doors array. Order operations. The rooms are processed in the order they appear in rooms.get children. Door 1, door 2, new location, Enchanted Lands. When update door lines runs, tries jar land, no matching inbound visual at this point. Hasn't had update inbound visuals called yet. Its inbound visuals array is empty. Enchanted Lands needs Enchanted Land wants to have its inbound visual nodes before it can draw a line. It needs Hero Home to have its inbound visual nodes. The current order of processing doesn't respect these dependencies. The topological sort rooms was intended to process rooms in dependency order. Destination rooms before source rooms. However, the debug output doesn't show any logs from topological sort, warning cycle detected, or debug print sorted. I don't think I have a topological sort rooms. Oh. You didn't give me a topological sort rooms function. Here's the current version of editor map.ge. Select all, copy, yeah, paste. Apologies for the oversight. I previously provided function, but it seems that it wasn't included. It wasn't included in your current editor map. Let's add the corrected version of the topical sort function and ensure it's used properly in load all rooms to solve the issue. Add this to editor map just above load all rooms function. Okay, copy. Where's load all rooms? And let's go ahead and B. Control S. First, but move visit outside topological sort rooms. Let's refactor by moving visit separate function and passing necessary parameters. Copy. V. S. Okay. Update top. Use this new function. Copy function. Paste. Pass. Uses the sorted order shown in the previous step. Get files, file name, create. Okay. Copy load all rooms. Where's load all rooms? Okay, let's go ahead and copy. Any errors? No errors. Okay. Okay, let's go to let's go to save, reload, save scene. Oh, that seemed to work. Save room data. Works fine. Scene, reload, save scene. It's all working fine. Reload, save scene. Reload. Control S. Reload, save scene. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's right, because right, I'd actually have to save it. Save room data. Scene, reload, save scene, reload, save scene. Right. Okay. Seems to work. I think it's working. By George, I think I've got it. That seems to work now. Thank you. Okay, one more thing. If it's not going to be too complicated. I don't know if it'll be too complicated for it. I'm just saying if it'd be too complicated for me to do, it would take me hours or something. I want the lines to update whenever I drag a node around. I think I'll have to use process. I think I have to use process. But I'm not sure how involved it is. Adding real-time updates and dragging nodes around the editor can be achieved using the process to monitor position changes, since this editor context tool script will leverage Godot's editor signals and process to detect when a room's position changes and update the lines accordingly. Track positions and checking, and then we'll store previous positions of rooms and update the lines when a position changes. Copy. Script. Let's just put it at the end. Ah! Yeah, not found. To update lines for room and any rooms that have inbound links to it. Copy. V. Control S. Okay. Previous positions after loading. Let's try this previous positions dictionary. After all the rooms are loaded, avoid unnecessary updates or initial step. Real-time updates run every frame. Check position. Efficient updates. Only updates when the lines are moved. Works editor hint. Performance consideration. Process checks all the rooms every frame. Let's go to load. Let's go to load all. No, load all rooms. Okay, load all rooms. Let's call this old. Let's go ahead and B and Control S. Reload save scene. Make sure it's not airing. Duty. Check it out. Check it out. Woo woo woo. Okay. I don't know if I want to mess with this, although might need to do that. The functionality is all there, though. Save room data. I can save it. Go to save scene. So, uh-oh. That's what I was afraid of. I guess that's something I'll have to fix later. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know if I'll get to do another super secret stream tonight, but maybe tomorrow. Okay. It's kind of okay. Check it out. Check it out. Ooh, 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 ooh. Look at me dancing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's getting, it's getting a little chuggy because of the debug prints. Check it out. Oh, oh, it's gonna get too chuggy. Look at that. Oh. Awesome. Okay. See, look at that. Save room data, and I have to wait. See, because it's doing all the output stuff. So it gets chuggy when you have too much to output. I'm gonna start deleting some of those debug prints soon, though. Okay. I don't have any more time today, but I'll be back tomorrow. We have a small issue about being able to modify to move the lines in the editor. So I'll probably want some sort of container or control or something that will not only group lines but also lock. Is the whole positioning system going to be thrown off when using some sort of parent node? Let's see what it says. Let the group lines of container control node lock them to prevent unwarranted edits and are concerned whether this will disrupt the current positioning system. Adding a parent node to a group of lines shouldn't throw off the positioning system as long as the lines positions are still calculated relative to their original parent. The room node are still in local coordinates relative to their immediate parent, so moving them under a new container will require adjusting the positions to account for the container transform. Lock the container. What if I grouped them as node? Node doesn't have any positioning on it, does it? I don't necessarily need them to be in a node 2D. They're node 2Ds themselves, but they could choose for grouping without victim positioning since node doesn't have transform like node 2D or control does. This means it won't introduce any positional offset, and the line 2D node's points will still be interpreted in the coordinate space of their grandparent, the room node, which is node 2D. Node transform, current positioning system. Okay, thanks. And thanks for helping me get it working. So we'll do the line grouping tomorrow, and part of it is just so that I don't have a bunch of extra lines like sitting there. And yeah. Anyways. Okay, so awesome. Got it done. Okay, so I'm gonna do my little recording before I actually stop. Oh, what's this in here? Delta. Okay, I guess let's do this. Just so it doesn't squawk. Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna do my little recording and then I will end the stream. I just do this on streams partly because when I'm done, I'm done. You know, I can set everything back to the way I initially set it when I start. Okay, so let us. Can you imagine how many of these are going to be in there if I do all 93? I'm definitely going to have to cut back on the. I'm definitely going to have to cut back on the debug prints, but I will probably do that. For instance, this change for room, I don't need that in there. Um, there's a few extra things, like I could leave a few of the things in. Anyways, we'll try that later. Okay, so I'm going to start the recording right now. Today is Wednesday, May 7th, 2025, and it looks like I got everything I wanted done. So let's go over to the 2D. If you look here, okay, let's reload save scene. Okay, that, you know, that's saved here. Oh, the reason it's chugging is because of the output. There's so much lines to output. Drew line, blah, blah, blah. Let's just clear that. And that way, scene, reload, save scene. There. Oop. That's one of the problems I'll have to fix tomorrow. This is what I want to do. If you notice here, check it out. Oh, check this out. Like that, like so. And check this one out. Bum, 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 bum. Da 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 da. So I'm almost done here. Tomorrow I should be finishing it up, and that's all I got today. It took forever to get these lines to go directly exactly where I wanted. The lines corresponds to the colors, and at the bottom and the top of these, and where they're positioned. Anyways, that's all I got. Okay, so I guess that does it for today. Thanks to anybody that stopped by or looked in or, you know, was hung around. Brooks seems to hang around, and if you're the only guy in there, thanks for thanks for supporting me. And we'll be back tomorrow, and I'll finish some of the stuff up. Tomorrow I'm gonna make sure that you can't mess with the lines, and I don't know. I still might want to see about if we can reduce the lock visual somehow. But yeah, so this is cool. It now it updates. Everything updates. That's cool. And it shows you, what's linked to what. So there we go. Awesome sauce. Good progress. And I will see you tomorrow. I probably won't be on tonight. Probably. I probably have some stuff to do. Maybe if I had a bunch of extra time and I went, maybe I'll just go ahead and do it. But I'm not sure that I'm gonna do that tonight. Anyways, thank you for watching.